Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. 15 minutes to the first of 16 races on this Battle of Lake Erie program. It's the 39th annual Battle of Lake Erie here from the home of the Flying Turns, the War on the Shore. Here are the scratches and changes for the card. There is a driver change now in race number 1 that just came through. It's race 1, number 8, Vendetta Blue Chip. The driver is going to be Brett Miller. That's in race 1, number 8. In race 3, driver change of the 4, Jailhouse Pearl to Dan Noble. Fourth race, scratch the 7, Hurricane Miss Rodine, sick. 13th race, scratch the 2, Beautiful Seaside, sick. $20,000 estimate in the Super High 5 pool. Track fast, temperatures in the 70s. We get set for this battle card in 14 minutes. Best of luck here at MGM Northfield Park. The horses are on the track to kick off Battle Night 2025. The one Skyway Rocket Top, owned by Marilyn Brewer Bertera, trained by Roger Bertera, Logan Ebersol, the pilot. Two, Jumping Jilly Bean. Chris Slum's driving for owner-trainer Tom Hall. The three is Hill of a Night. Braden Rhodes in the bike for Renee Loney and owner Dustin Arledge. 4, Ball Diamond. Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Joseph Boza. 5, Sweet Pink. Dan Noble driving for Jeremy Jones and owner Chris Blanton. The 6 is Undeterred. Hank Levan drives and trains for Levan Stables, Levan, and Freese. 7, Silly But Serious. Aaron Merriman driving for Robert Taylor and owner Burt Paddock and Kyle Hupfer. The 8's Vendetta Blue Chip. Brett Miller picks up the drive for owner-trainer Craig Stein. And the 9, BJ's Rocket. Tyler Smith driving for Sean Mapes and Mitchell Standardbreds Incorporated. Here in the opener, I landed on the 8 Vendetta Blue Chip. Does have post 8 to overcome, and she comes off a month layoff, but I thought it was a confidence booster that Chris Page was going to pick up the drive. Now you get Brett Miller, certainly no slouching driver there, getting Super Brett from post 8. But this horse that in her second start for the Craig Steinbarn was a much improved 54-3, and if she gets back to that race, even off the scratch sick, I think she can get the job done here, and you're going to get a price because she's got the 8-hole, so I'll put on top. Over the 3, Hill of a Night figures to be the first one to the lead. She got a ton of speed off the car. Should be forwardly placed. 2 of her last 3 victorious on the front. For third, I threw in the 1 Skyway Rocket Top. Benefit of the Rail was out the mile last week and hung around to be third. I'm at 8-3-1-5. Best of luck. Race 1 to kick off Battle Night. Up next. Behind the gate for race 1, first of 16. Here they come. And Battle Night 2025 is underway with Ball Diamond getting the first call. She quickly makes the front. Skyway Rocket Top down toward the inside, trying to protect pylon position and secure the pocket as Hill of a Night is on that one's outside and driving on for Braden Rhodes. Caught a bit deep on the turn is Sweet Pink also marching on, but she's 3 wide. BJ's Rocket from the second tier inside of an on the march, undeterred at a big price, who's on the go. Then comes Jumping Jilly Bean, and taking residence at the back of the field are Silly But Serious and Vendetta Blue Chip. Still 3 wide up front. Sweet Pink trying to make the lead, did so in 27-1, but paid a bit of a price there. Was stretched out by Hill of a Night, who's still reluctant, and Hill of a Night hasn't given up the pylon spot. Meanwhile, undeterred at that huge number, continues that 3 wide march, so he scrambled through the first 3/8 of a mile in the opener. Ball Diamond deciding where she wants to race from fourth. It looked like Keith Cash was thinking about sliding off the rail, and he is. So now she moves to the outside. She'll follow Undeterred, who's gone a tough first lap, as Sweet Pink has made a clear lead at the halfway point. So Sweet Pink to the half and 55-1, 28.25. She'd have to be much the best. Sweet Pink leads the way. Undeterred is able to drop in front of Hill of a Night, who was gapping a touch. Ball Diamond left uncovered now. On her back goes Skyway Rocket Top, who's working second over, only 4 off the leader. Third over goes Silly But Serious. Outside of BJ's Rocket, then comes Jumping Jilly Bean. Vendetta Blue Chip is not threatening yet at the back. As they go up the back stretch and Sweet Pink scampers away, she's clear by 2 1/4. Skyway Rocket Top is making up a bit of ground on the outside. She's up into second outside of Ball Diamond, who's third. Then Silly But Serious, 3/4, 1:24. Sweet Pink's gone awfully quick, and they start to cut her down. Here's Skyway Rocket Top up for the lead. Skyway Rocket Top draws away from Sweet Pink. She's got Silly But Serious looming in behind. Then Ball Diamond and Jumping Jilly Bean. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Skyway Rocket Top drawing off. She's clear by 3, now by 4. Silly But Serious paces up into second, but Skyway Rocket Top is a 3-1 race 1 winner. Silly But Serious was second. Jumping Jilly Bean third. Photo for the Miners, 153-4. $172. Judges continue to examine the photograph for fourth. $172. Now it's up. $172.59 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle is the one Skyway Rocket Top. Owned by Marilyn Brewer Bertera, trained by Roger Bertera, was driven to victory by Logan Ebersol. 7-year-old Bay Mare by J.K. End of an Era. Out of the Rock and Roll Hanover Mare, Rock On By. Bred by Leon Slawback of Indiana, 24th lifetime win, second this season. This is a lifetime best, 153 and 4. Skyway Rocketop in front. The results are official. And from all of us here at MGM Northfield Park, we'd like to wish a special happy retirement to Todd Kinzer. Thank you for your 10 years of loyal and dedicated service. Your commitment to Northfield Park Racetrack and your years of dedicated service and strong leadership have been instrumental in maintaining and upgrading our facility. You will be missed, but we will wish you a well-deserved and happy retirement. Todd is joined in the winner's circle with his wife Jennifer, their family, our general manager Nick Monty, and team members from MGM Northfield Park, all wishing a happy retirement to Todd Kinzer. Exacta $47.60, trifecta $1,163.80, the high five $2,107.54. Top down to the opener, Skyway Rocket Top first, Jumping Jelly Bean third. Hill of the Night was eighth, Ball Diamond seventh, Sweet Pink fourth, Undeterred ninth. Silly But Serious second, Vendetta Blue Chip sixth, BJ's Rocket fifth, 138.749, 265. Race 2 is next, and it kicks off stakes action here from MGM Northfield Park. It's just 3 minutes away. It's the first division for 3-year-old Pacing Fillies in their second leg, going for $65,000. Start of the pick 4, no show wagering, 3 minutes. Coming out to the track for tonight's second race, just a field of 5 Ohio Sire Stakes action, 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. 1, Rose Run Annabelle, owned by Jerry Zolzel, trained by Jim Arledge Jr., Brett Miller in the bike. 2 is Odds On Chesapeake, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. using Dan Noble. 3, My Hair Legend, Chris Page driving for Logan Ebersol, owned by Ronald Rust. 4, Skywalker C, Austin Hanners drives for Greg Luther Racing and trainer Todd Luther. The 5, Son of My Buns, Aaron Merriman driving for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Sullivan, Jackson, and Weaver Buscemi. Back over in race number 1. Tried a price from Post 8 Vendetta Blue Chip. Probably just needed a start because the race did set up a little bit for her and she really just got going to be 6th. But Skyway Rocket Top took a crack at the leaders and drew off to win. Nice performance there. We flipped to race number 2. Going to the 4, Skywalker C, rather. Back-to-back runner-up finishes for her. She's 2 for 4 this season, winning her leg of the Hackett elimination. Second in the final to the Word Is Out, who we'll see later. And she finished second to Odds On Chesapeake last week. And Odds On Chesapeake, the big favorite here. But Skywalker C did a lot of the dirty work in there. Had to come first up and challenging her, while Odds On Chesapeake was just maintaining a pretty soft and cozy lead. So thought Skywalker C in the short field maybe could get first crack at her again and see if she can turn the tables with that short field and just the field of 5 that maybe she can get the job done and get a slight price home here. She should be in the 2 or 3 to 1 range. I'll try on top. Second, going to the 3, My Hair Legend. Very impressive performance. I think the Lasix may have woke her up a little bit. 52-1 down at Scioto. Much improved effort for her. And she has experience here at the home of the Flying Turn, so I'm using her second. Trying to beat the 2 Odds On Chesapeake was a perfect 2 for 2, including a 51-1 win in the Sire Stakes in leg 1. 4-3-2-5. Best of luck. Race 1. behind the gate for race 2. Here they come. Off and pacing, My Hair Legend gets the first call. Odds on Chesapeake down toward the inside. Skywalker C on the turn is a bit bumpy gated, trying to drive on, but she's caught 3 wide here. Back and forth is Rose Run Annabelle, and taking residence at the back is Sun on My Buns. Onto the back stretch they go, and an aggressive early on steer from Austin Hanners and Skywalker C. She's clear, and clear by 3. My Hair Legend is second. Dan Noble has Odds on Chesapeake third. She's 5 off the top right now after a 27-second opening panel. Rose Run Annabelle and Son of My Buns are at the back. That's the quintet of sophomore pacing fillies that move around the far turn for the first time. Skywalker C just doing her thing here. She's on an uncontested lead. Austin Hanners lets her roll, and she's got a 3-length advantage on My Hair Legend, who's second, and splitting the favorites is Odds on Chesapeake. As Patient hasn't been given the green light yet by Noble, she's in line third. Fourth, Rose Run Annabelle, and fifth is Son of My Buns, halfway home in 55 and 3, 28 and 3 in quarter 2. Skywalker C now confronted by Odds on Chesapeake on the outside, who's just 3/4 of a length behind. My Hair Legend off these leaders now third. To the outside, Rose Run Annabelle fourth, only 3 off the top and working second over. Son of My Buns has trailed throughout. They're inside 3/8 of a mile to go. And Skywalker C clean to the lead as Odds on Chesapeake is bearing down on the outside. These two stride for stride. My Hair Legend third. Rose Run Annabelle gaps off cover, then Son of My Buns. 3/4, 122 and 4. 27 and 1 sprint and climb from Odds on Chesapeake and Skywalker C, and they go 4 better than My Hair Legend. 2-horse race with an 1/8 to go. Skywalker C, benefit of the rail. Odds on Chesapeake on the outside. They're nose to nose as they turn for home. Odds on Chesapeake gains the upper hand. Skywalker C was valiant, but she's second to Odds on Chesapeake, who's 3 for 3. Skywalker C was second. It's 6 back to My Hair Legend. 150, fastest mile since the track's been redone. Returning back here to the winner's circle, number 2, Odds on Chesapeake. Owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., was driven to victory by Dan Noble, who pilots number 9, Helium, in tonight's Battle of Lake Erie. 3-year-old bay filly by Down by the Seaside of the Sweet Lumiere Macaroon, bred by Odds On Noir of Florida. 7th lifetime win. She's now 3 for 3 this season. It's a lifetime best 150. It's 2/5 off a track and world record and it's the fastest mile here at Northfield Park in 2 years. Odds on Chesapeake. Dazzling performance to kick off the Sire Stakes action here tonight. Let's send it down to the winner's circle. Dave Bianconi, our race secretary, standing by with winning driver Dan Noble.
All right, here with the guy that's going to have a very busy night, Dan Noble, winning here with a catch drive. Odds on Chesapeake. What a nice filly. 150 flat, Dan. That's one of the fastest miles we've had here in the last several years since we redid the track.
Yeah, but the track tonight feels like it's set up very fast, and it feels like it's coming back alive.
Also, obviously, you've got a big night ahead. You're in the Battle of Lake Erie with Helium. Drew the 9-hole, probably not your favorite post. A guy aggressive as you coming from the second tier, but there is a ton of speed inside.
Yeah, it's not my favorite spot, but the horse will fit very well trailing in that field.
Now, he's just only had 4 or 5 starts since coming over from New Zealand, and he has been phenomenal. Big step up in class here, but it looks like he might be ready.
Yeah, it's a big step up, but we purchased the horse, to see if we can go on the big circuit, and we're going to find out.
That's right, and do it like Bobby, another 9-hole in the MGM Buckeye Distaff. I got to like her chances, too.
Yeah, she come out of the race real good from last week, and we'll see what happens.
All right, hopefully we'll see her several times tonight. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dave.
Exacta $3.80, trifecta $6.20, the early double $12.40. Dan Noble kicks off what could be a big night for him, driving both Helium and Do It Like Bobby from the second tier in the featured events later on the card. Top down from the second, Rose Annabelle's fifth. Odds on Chesapeake, the race winner. My Hair Legend third, Skywalker C was second. Son of My Buns fourth, 5-1-3-2-4. We go to race number 3. It's the Trotters for sophomore trotting fillies. First division, Dan Noble on the 4, Jailhouse Pearl. It's 4 minutes away. Trotters on track for tonight's third race. First division for the 3-year-old trotting fillies, one Mocha Hill. Chris Page driving for Ron Burke Racing Stable. Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi Knox Services. 2, Mega Money, Aaron Merriman in the bike for Chris Beaver. Cones with the Patricia Stable, LA Express Stables, and Chablum Racing. 3, Seui, owned by Jerry Zozel. Trimmed by Jim Arledge Jr. Kane Kaufman calls the shots. 4, Jailhouse Pearl. Dan Noble picks up the drive for Eric Nesselrode and Casey Clements. 5 is Wild as You. Tyler Smith driving for Chris Beaver. Cones with Steven Ziendelar and Leo Fleming. The 6 is Our Maggie. Chris Lems driving for M&L of Delaware LLC. Trainer Sam Scalacci. And the 7, Chrome Trim. Brett Miller driving for Isaiah Shrake. Cones with Terry Shrake. Back over in race number 2, tough beat for my top choice, Skywalker C. She did all the dirty work on the front, but then Odds on Chesapeake came with a relentless first over bid and wore her down to remain perfect. Virgil Morgan Jr. and Dan Noble team up for the victory. We flip over to race number 3. I went to the 6R Maggie. I thought that the trotting hobbles have helped her. She was parked the mile and still hung around to be 5th in her first try on the Sire Stakes down at Scioto. Then came back to win an hours of 2 facing older horses in her most recent start, and she's got experience here at the track. Second start for the new barn and third start on trotting hobbles. I thought there were some chances that she could be okay here. See what she's got, just her 7th lifetime start, so still a little unproven compared to everybody else in the field that's made starts 15, 16, 17 starts. So I'm trying our Maggie on top. As I can go to the 2, Mega Money. This is the horse that's 3 for 4 and the one to beat, but she did lose in the Sire Stakes event at Scioto, so it's not that she's unbeatable here, but you do get Aaron from a good post, and she's probably going to be on the front, so certainly respect her. I'll use her second and for third through in the 1, Mocha Hill. Benefit of the rail, major post relief, but she's been a little disappointing and lackluster in her 2 starts this season, so I'm up putting her underneath. 6-2-1-5 for me in race 3. Best of luck. Behind the gate for race number 3. Field of 7 at the end of the stretch. Trotting fillies sent on their way. Mega Money begins well, and her stablemate did as well. That's Wild as You. So the Beaver trainees 1-2 off the car. Off stride goes Mega Money. She jumped it off in the opening turn at 1-2. The complexion changes entirely as her stablemate ended up on the front. Wild as You leads to the backstretch. Now she has to deal with our Maggie, who drives on. So our Maggie to the top. Wild as You back into second. Mocha Hill's in early third. Seui is back in fourth, and Jailhouse Pearl and Chrome Trim. And it's 15 back to Mega Money, the race favorite, well out of it at the opening quarter of 28-2. It's our Maggie and Chris Lems who show the way into the far turn for the first time. Wild as You, the 2-hole sitter with Mocha Hill third. Seui back in fourth. Jailhouse Pearl in line fifth and now ready to swing to the outside. So Noble grabs the right line with her. She's got 6 to pick up. Chrome Trim is behind her. It's still about 10 back to Mega Money. In front of the stands behind our Maggie, who looks to go back-to-back. She's on top a length and a quarter from Wild as You. They trip the halftime beam 58-2. Well rated there. Our Maggie leads the way. Jailhouse Pearl with the long first over climb from fifth. She's up into a joint second now, outside of Wild as You. Meanwhile, Mocha Hill is pinned in and shuffled a spot. Chrome Trim slightly gapped off the cover outside of Seui, and Mega Money's caught the tail of the field. She's still 8 lengths behind, 3/8 to go. Our Maggie leads the way. Jailhouse Pearl on the outside, up to that leader's wheel. Then Wild as You is at the cones, and they head up to 3/4, which they trip in 1:26-3, 28-1 third panel. Our Maggie, Chris Lem still has her in hand and a length in front. Jailhouse Pearl trying to wear it down on the outside. She's now drawn within a neck. Wild as You gaps at the inside. Chrome Trim and Mocha Hill are next. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Our Maggie trying to fend off the sustained threat of Jailhouse Pearl. Jailhouse Pearl now strikes the front. Our Maggie back into second. Dan Noble with a driving double. Jailhouse Pearl in front. Our Maggie second. Wild as You third. Mocha Hill fourth. 1:54-4. Returning back into the winner's circle, the 4 Jailhouse Pearl, owned by Casey Clemens, trimmed by Eric Nesselrode. Dan Noble, the winning catch drive for an early double on the car. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Long Tom. Out of the Jailhouse Jesse Mare, Jailhouse Broad. Bred in Ohio by the owner, 11th lifetime win. First this season, lifetime best 1:54-4. Exacta $143.60. The trifecta $604.40. The perfecta $160.44. Top down to the third. Mocha Hill was fourth. Mega Money fifth. Sayui seventh. Jales Pearl the winner. Wild as You was third. Our Maggie second. Chrome Trim sixth. 4571326. Race 4 is up next. Out of a pick 3, scratch number 7, Hurricane Mistrodine. Our post time is 11 minutes. For those of you that are on track, you can now turn your attention to the infield at Hope Board, where the Belmont Stakes is being shown. Horses have made their way to the track at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes. Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty with a rematch against the runner-up and third place finisher. Should be an exciting race, and it's on the big screen. 11 minutes to our fourth. Don't forget we have our Take a Shot promotion, so looking for something to do, head over inside the clubhouse by the program stand and play Take a Shot. On track for the fourth. 1 Sugar Pie Honeybee. Dan Noble drives for the Walski Stables and trainer Dan Walski. 2 The Magical Woman, owned by Papia Webb and Webb. Sheen Webb trains. Chris Lems does the driving. 3 Sage Ivy. Kurt Sugg driving for John Olivieri, owner to Martin Yoder. 4 Infinite Symbol, owned by John Kreiser, trained by Corey Kreiser, using Aaron Merriman. 5 Avalon Freeze. Logan Ebersol drives for Roger Bertera and owner Marilyn Brewer Bertera. 6 Vibrant Cali. Chris Page drives for Pat Beeler and Rick Sanger. Scratch the 7, the 8's Tiny Bit of Sky with Power Play Racing 87, trained and driven by James Day. The 9, the Dragon Queen. Brett Miller drives for Kent Sherman and owner John DeSantis. Back over in race number 3, my top choice, Our Maggie, raced extremely well. Ended up second best, though, Jailhouse Pearl with a long sustained bid, and the favorite Mega Money broke in the opening turn. So we flip over to race number 4, start of a pick 3. Now I went to the 4 Infinite Symbol. She drops back to 10 claimers for the first time in a couple of weeks, back where she won back-to-back and is teams up with Aaron Merriman, who drove her last week. Unfortunately, she got parked the mile up in class, but I think on the class drop and you get Aaron, she's the one to beat. Second, the 1 Sugar Pie Honeybee. I think she can protect the rail. Dan Noble's done nothing wrong on this card already with 2 wins. And from the benefit of the rail, I think maybe she can get the pocket behind the 4. So I thought it could line up 4-1. And for third, I threw in the 6 Vibrant Cali. Just reunited with Chris Page, who drove her back to that 55 win back on that May 18th card, sitting in the pocket. And she was close to a fast pace and was able to capitalize and still draw off. She was 20-1 upset winner. It was at a much lower class, so she needs to be much better tonight. But you get Page back in the bike. 4-1-6-2. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the fourth. Here they come. They're off and they are pacing. Great beginning from Infinite Symbol. She heads out to the front. On the go is the Magical Woman, and Sugar Pie Honeybee is down toward the inside with, from the second tier, the Dragon Queen. Sage Ivy works over to race from fifth as they move on to the backstretch. Then it's Avalon Freeze, who's sixth. Vibrant Cali is second last, and Tiny Bit of Sky can see them all. On to the backstretch, heavily backed on this class drop at 1 to 5. It's Infinite Symbol leading the way. Infinite Symbol across the backstretch on top, length and a quarter from the Magical Woman, who secured the pocket. Opening quarter, not that quick, 27 and 4/5 second. Sugar Pie Honeybee is an inline third. The Dragon Queen following next in fourth, gap of 2 to Sage Ivy, who's fifth. Avalon Freeze is sixth at this stage, and the two at the back of the long shots, Vibrant Cali and Tiny Bit of Sky. They're in front of the stands with Infinite Symbol leading the charge. Infinite Symbol and Aaron Merriman on the point. The Magical Woman second. Sugar Pie Honeybee given a nudge there from third. Back into fourth, and the Dragon Queens. Gap of 3 to Sage Ivy, who's struggling a touch to keep up. On her outside goes Avalon Freeze. Tiny Bit of Sky's gone past Vibrant Cali. The half, 56 and 2/5 seconds. Into the payoff half. Infinite Symbol leads the way. The Magical Woman second. Sugar Pie Honeybee is third. They've been 1, 2, 3 throughout as Noble grabs the right line with Sugar Pie Honeybee and moves her to the outside. The Dragon Queen on her back. Pinned in there is Sage Ivy. Third over Avalon Freeze. Then Tiny Bit of Sky and Vibrant Cali the trailer. At 3/4 they go, and it's Infinite Symbol the leader. 124 and 3, 28 and 1 sprint. Infinite Symbol trying to shake away. She opened up 2 now. Sugar Pie Honeybee has retreated as the Magical Woman is second, and taking third is Sage Ivy. 3 deep on the course, the Dragon Queen between them, Sugar Pie Honeybee. Less than an eighth to go, they turn for home. Infinite Symbol in a bid to make all, leads by 2. The Magical Woman has had the perfect trip. The Dragon Queen down the center for a slice. It's Infinite Symbol in deep stretch. Infinite Symbol, wire to wire. The Magical Woman was home second. It's very tight for third. Either Sugar Pie Honeybee or the Dragon Queen. 153 and 2. Four two photo. It's a dead heat for 2. This fourth race named Thank You for Inviting Us. Good luck, everybody. Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. This race is now official. We'll send it down to the winner's circle. Dave Bianconi standing by with winning driver Aaron Merriman.
All right, joined by Aaron Merriman, a win here in an overnight race with Infinite Symbol. But Aaron, you had a very tough choice to make in the Battle of Lake Erie. The draw came out. You were listed on the 1 Duncan, the 2 7 Colors, and the 7 Chase H. Hanover. So a tough choice. I was chasing you down all the next day, and eventually you stuck with 7 Colors. Tough choice. How'd you come to that decision?
I've driven for Andrew over over my career, and he texted me on Sunday. He texted me on Sunday, asked me if I had a horse for the battle, and I said no, and he said, "You want to drive this horse?" And I said, "Sure." I'm sure he would have understood if I didn't, and then Corey Stratton, he had already known I was going to drive, or I was down to drive the two horse, and he listed me as well. So I'm sure if they flip flop, I would have probably made a different choice. And Nick Clegg's been a great friend of mine for a long, long time. So it was a really, really hard choice. He didn't know who they were listing. So I just kind of chose the two because a little bit of loyalty, and I think he's a nice horse. He's fresh, and it's a really good race.
I was going to say it's a wide open race, so you can't miss with any of those 3 or any of the 9 in there, pretty much.
No, you can't. Like I said, I drew well. I got to pick from good positions, and like I said, the other horse I was down on was very, very good too. I wish everybody good luck, and I just hope I beat him.
Yeah. Well, how do you see that race unfolding?
I don't know. Everybody, hopefully, a bunch of good drivers, a bunch of good horses. I'm sure everybody's going to be on the gate, and the track's very, very good tonight, which I'm very, very happy for, and the weather's great, and it's just good to be home.
All right, my brother. Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Perennial leading driver Aaron Merriman with a win on the card early. He drives 7 Colors in a little bit. The exact 1160 trifecta with the 1 Sugar Pie Honeybee, 24.60 with the 9 the Dragon Queen. It's $28. The 20-cent supers pretty much identical, 11.58 for 4219 and 11.30 4291. Top down, Sugar Pie Honeybee third, the Magical Woman second, Sage Ivy fifth, Infinite Symbol the winner, Avalon Freeze seventh, Vibrant Cali eighth, Scratch Hurricane Mistrodine, Tiny Bit of Sky sixth, the Dragon Queen third, Dead Heat there for third between the 1 and the 9, 3-2-5, 1-7-8, Scratch 6-3, fifth is next, it's a field of 7, second division for the Trotting Fillies in the Sire Stakes, 65,000, 3 minutes. Horses on track here for the 5th. Number 5, Mia Sangrio, parade last. The 1 is Dream Something. Tyler Smith driving for Miles Wolam, who co-owns with Julianne Sweet. 2, Triumph Over You, Aaron Merriman driving for Chris Beaver, co-owns with Mainz, Fleming, and Zihendelar. 3, Rose is Destiny. Austin Hanna drives for Tammy Hartman, co-owns with Karen Sue Zapata. 4, Rose Run Allison. Chris Page does the driving for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Stable Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Beastie. 5, Mia Sangria. Chris Beaver drives trains, cones with Jim Burnett and Tim Oman. 6 is Aunt Laura, owned by Joyce McClellan Stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Brett Miller in the bike. And the 7, Sienna Sunrise, owned by Beluchik Lee, Carson Dental, trained by Michael Lee. Dan Noble drives. Back over in race number 4, my top choice, Infinite Symbol, right down the road. We go to the 5th. I'm going to the 1, Dream Something from the rail. Back-to-back scores to kick off her 3-year-old campaign, including a Sire Stakes win over Mega Money, who was the big favorite in Division 1. Ended up making that break, but nonetheless, Dream Something raced extremely well in that event to beat her. Pretty fair and square on the numbers. She made a move into a 27 third quarter. I thought it was impressive. Now, obviously, Trotter from the rail is the one concerning part, but if she can make it through the first turn, I think Dream Something gets the job done here. For second, the 6, Aunt Laura out of the Virgil Morgan barn. Won 2 in a row after making a break in her seasonal debut, but the starts after that very good. She won her leg of the Sire Stakes. Nothing wrong with this one. Coming back here, I got second. Virgil looks for a double, and for third, through in the 2, Triumph Over You from a good post. I go 1, 6, 2, 4. Best of luck. Mark Taborowski calling the horses to the gate for the 5th. It's the starter call. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Dream Something from the rail begins well. There goes Aunt Laura, flashing early speed off the car. These two get acquainted into turn 1. Back into third goes Triumph Over You. Then it's Rose's Destiny who came out 4th. Rose Van Allison is 5th. Mia Sangria is 6th. And Sienna Sunrise, the trailer, as Aunt Laura clears to the top. Dream Something and Tyler Smith back into the pocket at 1-5 as Aunt Laura shows the way across the backstretch and up to the opening quarter. 3 better than Triumph Over You's. Racing in third, the opening quarter 27 and 3/5 seconds. Rose's Destiny is next in the 4th spot. Then comes Rose Run Allison ahead of Mia Sangria and Sienna Sunrise at the back of the field. So it's Aunt Laura leading by 2 as they come to the top of the lane for the first time. Aunt Laura leads the way over Dream Something. Patient there, that daughter of Uncle Peter, looking to remain perfect in the calendar year. She's 2.5 off the top. Triumph Over You is third. No change in the order. As they come to the half, Dream Something does tighten down the hatches a touch on Aunt Laura. 56-1. Inside half a mile from the money. Aunt Laura continues to lead, leading over Dream Something, who's getting a perfect trip at the inside. Triumph Over You starts to take a bit closer order into third. Underway goes Rose Run Allison outside of Rose's Destiny. Then comes Mia Sangria and Sienna Sunrise at the back, and Tyler Smith can't wait any longer. He gives the green light to the favorite, Dream Something, and she moves up and confronts Aunt Laura. These two square off. Aunt Laura benefit of the rail. Dream Something with her nose in front. 3/4, 1:25-3 up to third. Rose Run Allison. Into the far turn they go. Aunt Laura's digging in, and she's holding off Dream Something so far, who's a neck behind. Rose Run Allison will try to pick him up from third, 2 behind, then Triumph Over You. There's 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Aunt Laura turns with the lead. Dream Something on the outside is all out trying to close. Rose Run Allison up the inside could be a late threat, but Aunt Laura is a wire-to-wire winner. Aunt Laura wins. Very tight for the place spot, either Rose Run Allison or Dream Something, 154. Judge is still examining the photograph for a second. The winner is the 6, Aunt Laura. Back into the winner's circle is the Scarlet Champion, Aunt Laura. Owned by Joyce McClellan Stable, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., the barn with a double. Brett Miller, the winning drive. 3-year-old bay filly by Uncle Peter out of the SJ's photo mare, Tori Ann. Bred by Richard and Joyce McClellan of Ohio, 6 lifetime win, 3rd this season. 3 in a row for Aunt Laura. She's 2 for 2 in the Sire Stakes as a sophomore. This is your freshman trotting champion. I'd like to welcome to the winner's circle our Passport to Wine and Dine winner, Mona Sarkar with Baird Incorporated. Welcome to MGM Northfield Park. Joining the winner, Aunt Laura.
All right, joined by Brett Miller, steers Aunt Laura to victory. I don't know how this horse keeps paying so much. She won a big upset last year in the Sire Stakes final and comes back and wins a leg of the Sire Stakes here again. This, when you're driving for Virgil, you know they always have a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. This filly got really good at the end of the year last year and won the Sire Stake final. And it took us a few times to get her qualified this year. But once we got her straightened out, and she's been winning ever since.
Plenty brave tonight. Had a lot of challenges and held them all off.
Yeah. She kind of took herself up a little bit up the backside there, which she has done that before. So it didn't worry me too much. And once the horse got next to her, then she knew it was time to race again.
Brett, you picked up a super live drive in the Battle of Lake Erie. It's Ken Hanover, sort of an overlooked horse. Did win a leg of the a heat of the jug a couple years ago. Only raced a handful of times last season, and his last couple of starts on paper are unreal, the fractions.
Yeah. I talked to my cousin David Miller, who's been driving him, and he told me that he's coming into this race really sharp. So looking forward to it.
If that old guy could win in 48 with him, he should have no trouble going on like 42.
Right.
Just kidding, David. No, but hey, ton of speed there in that race. You're part of it, I guess, huh?
Yeah. David told me that this horse can do anything you want to do with him. He said he's got plenty of speed if you want to do that. He said he can race any way.
All right, should be a great race. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you.
Brett Miller picks up a victory on the card. He drives number 3, Ken Hanover, in race number 11, the Battle of Lake Erie. Exacta $47.40, the trifecta $98.40, the pick 4 $147.20, the superfecta $48.76. Top Down Dream Something third, Triumph Over You fifth, Rose's Destiny fourth, Rosa and Allison second, Mia Sangria seventh, Aunt Laura the winner, Sienna Sunrise sixth, 354, 271, 6 on the bottom. We go to race number 6, kicks off the mid card, pick 5, Sire Stakes action in 3 minutes. On track for the 6th one, odds on Hialeah. On my Let It Ride stable is an odds on racing from a Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller in the bike. 2 odds on Sue. Austin Hanners drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. Odds on racing in UFO 3. The 3 is The Word Is Out. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services, Beastie, and RAS Racing. Trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page, and the Sulky. 4 Good Night Dance. Kurt Sugg drives for Eddie Miller. Cohen's with Dr. Michael Latessa and Ashley Dunn. 5 Guard the Fire. Jordan Stratton driving for Brian Brown and Hutchinson Harness. 6 Rose Run Amy. Dan Noble driving for James Ersham. Owners Dr. Dental, Rufinek, Roth, and Banky. Back over in the 5th, it was Aunt Laura, the 2-year-old trotting champion, who picked up the victory. Now we flip over to race number 6, where we see the 2-year-old pacing champion. Odds on Hialeah from the rail. I do take one shot against her with the 5 Guard the Fire. This is a horse that's made 3 starts here in her 3-year-old season. Daughter Catch the Fire. She won a Buckeye Stallion event in 55 and 2, 28 and 4 last quarter, right here at Northfield Park. Then went over in a named race at Scioto and was able to pace 51 and 1, which is up with what odds on Hialeah and other horses in here have paced. So Doug Guard the Fire race really well. You get a driver change to Jordan Stratton. She's going to have to do it probably from far behind, but at a big price, why not take a shot over the 1 odds on Hialeah? This is the one to beat. She's 1 for 1. She's come back just as good as she was last year, if not better. 50 and 3 at Scioto. Brett Miller, Virgil Morgan look to go back to back for third. The 2 odds on Sue, also out of the Virgil Morgan barn. Nice effort to kick off her career. First start as a 3-year-old was her first pari-mutuel start, and she won with a pocket trip. See if she can step up to the big time. 5-1, 2-6. Best of luck. Behind the gate for race 6. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing. Odds on Hialeah from the inside. Leaves alertly. Rose Runimi from the far outside put into play off the car, looking for forward position as Odds on Sue is down toward the inside. But up top, it's Odds on Hialeah, who's quickly put 3 on him to the backstretch. Odds on Sue trying to keep the pocket spot, but she wasn't quick enough, so moving up on her outside goes Rose Runimi into the pocket as they drive across the backstretch. The word is out is 4th and 5 lengths behind in front of Goodnight Dance, and Guard the Fire has to do it from last. The opening quarter solid, 26 and 4/5 seconds for this big favorite and 2-year-old champ Odds on Hialeah, who leads the way. Rose Runimi in the pocket spot with a good early steer by Dan Noble to be on the back of this big favorite as they come to the halfway point with 5/8 of a mile to go. Odds on Sue occupies the 3rd spot. That's the stablemate to Odds on Hialeah. Then it's the word is out who's 4th. Gap of 2 to Goodnight Dance and Guard the Fire single file to the half of 55 and 4. 29 and quarter 2 from Odds on Hialeah, who continues to put up the numbers. Rose Runimi is 2nd. Moving to the outside now as the word is out. Guard the Fire flushed that one out from last as they move up outside of Odds on Sue and Goodnight Dance the trailer. Compact field with 3/8 to go. It's just 6 lengths from nose to tail. Odds on Hialeah doing it effortlessly, leading a length and a half. Rose Runimi, perfect trip at the inside if good enough. Then the word is out whose first overbid is stalled a touch. 3/4, 1:24 and 2. They leave the backstretch, move on to the far turn. Odds on Hialeah is dominating. She's clear by 3. Rose Runimi is 2nd. The word is out is up to 3rd. Then Guard the Fire for a slice, but there's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Brett Miller looks like he's just a passenger on Odds on Hialeah. Odds on Hialeah off the turn, clear by 2. Rose Runimi is chasing valiantly, but Odds on Hialeah, the champ, is perfect again. Odds on Hialeah over Rose Runimi and Guard the Fire, 151 and 2. One 653 is now official. Heading back here to the winner's circle. Number 1, Odds on Hialeah. By Let It Ride Stables and Odds on Racing, trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller, the winning drive. It's Virgil's 3rd on the card. It's a double for Brett Miller. 3-year-old Bay Filly by Lather Up out of the Badlands, Hanover Mare, Laugh and Be Happy. The Odds on New Florida, 9th lifetime win, 2nd this season, 151 and 2. Exacta $5, trifecta $15.60, pick three $19.50. Top down odds on Hialeah first, odds on Sioux sixth. The word is out fourth. Goodnight Dance fifth. Guard the Fire third. Rose Run Amy second. 164 532. Seventh is next. 8 minutes away. They're on track for the 7th one. Vel, Little Blister. On with the King Racing stable trimmer Ronald Alexander, Chris Lems in the bike. 2, In Era's Image. Aaron Merman driving for Melanie Wren. Odds on Racing, Mudsock Stables, and Joshua Graber. 3 is Corona Era. John Sioka Jr. drives for Jerome Arondash and Stephen Arondash. 4, Windy Cindy. James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. 5, Q Dancer. Owned by Stephen and Eric Butler from Melvin Byler. Brett Miller in tow. 6, JM's Determination. Chris Page does the driving for Sean Mapes and Loretta Jones. 7, Kylie Cash. Logan Ebersol drives for Betty Clegg and owner Kimber Clegg. 8, Family Business owned by George Prushnock. Jimmy Robert Kunitzky Jr. Braden Rhodes in tow. And the 9, Lady with No Fear. Keith Cash Jr. driving for Sandra Hennessy. Collins with Paula Sugars. Back over in race number 6, which kicked off the pick 5. Odds on Hialeah. Nice performance on the front. So both champions as 2-year-olds come back to win as 3-year-olds early on. We go to the 7th. I'm going to try the 2 In Era's Image here with Merriman in the bike. Sticks to these non-winners of 7 type races, but the effort 2 back was okay. 57-1, 28-4. Closed well. Last week the trip, it looks like she backed up throughout it, but watching the replay, she got a little locked in and then was being urged along, and she didn't come to the outside maybe at the half. Maybe Ronnie didn't think he had enough horse and got stuck and trapped in there and ended up just hanging around behind some horses late. She was behind a wall of horses coming to the finish, so I'm not going to take that line too. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because the efforts 2 and 3 back are good enough to win here with Aaron in the bike, and I'm putting on top. 2nd to 3, Corona Era. I really liked that this one in her first start back raced second in a 57-1 mile, and they took the pacing hobbles off, and she improved in that effort. Also went off Lasix, and then from post 8 last week, she really couldn't get involved, but did what she could. She had just as much pace as horses late in the mile, so I certainly respect her. I got her second. And for 3rd, the 6, James Determination. Gets Chris Page in the bike for the first time, and a slight post relief. 2-3-6-9. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the 7th. Here they come. Off stride the 9, Lady with No Fear. Rest of the field on its way. Vel Little Blister, In Era's Image, Corona Era, and Jam's Determination all push the wings away as diving to the inside went Windy Cindy. So turn 1 bound they go, and it's Vel Little Blister and In Era's Image battling on. Vel Little Blister will release In Era's Image to the top. Corona Era back into 3rd. Jam's Determination with an aggressive early steer into 4th in front of Windy Cindy from 5th. Then it's Cute Answer back in 6th. That of Kylie Cash and Family Business. And Lady with No Fear has caught the tail of the field. The opening quarter, 27 and a 5th. In Era's Image leads the way into the far turn for the first time. Vel Little Blister, the pocket sitter. Corona Era 3.5 off the leader for Sioka as they move around that far turn for the first time, and In Era's Image was a bit steppy there, so Vel Little Blister tightened right down and right on Merriman's back. Corona Era and James Determination 3rd and 4th from Windy Cindy in 5th. Slight gap of 2 to Cute Answers being passed here by Family Business, who's underway. Then Kylie Cash inside of Lady with No Fear, who gets motivated. 56 seconds to complete lap number 1 as they head into the payoff half. In Era's Image leads the way. Leads it by a length and a quarter. Vel Little Blister. Perfect trip down at the inside. Corona Era was tipped off the rail to try and commence a bid and give it a nudge there by Sioka. Meanwhile, Windy Cindy saves ground inside of JM's Determination. Family Business held up 3rd over outside of Q Dancer. Lady with No Fear paired off with Kylie Cash up the backstretch. In Era's Image all out. 3 wide. JM's Determination and Chris Page coming alive to the outside of Corona Era. Vel Little Blister at the inside is patient, needs a way through. Windy Cindy is next. 3/4, 125. They're into the far turn. And Vel Little Blister looks like she's poised to strike, just begging to get off the rail as In Era's Image clings to the lead. Here's Vel Little Blister now. She's got open road and she's progressing to the outside of In Era's Image and she's powering past. Here's Vel Little Blister. She digs in Era's Image coming back. Here comes the wire photo. Wow, it doesn't get tighter than that. In Era's Image, Vel Little Blister in a ding-dong battle. Windy Cindy 3rd, 154 and 4. Two, In Era's Image turns away the one Vel Little Blister. 2-1, 4-5, 3. Back to the winner circle, the 2 in Era's Image, owned by Odds On Racing, Mudsock Stables, and Joshua Graber, trained by Melanie Wren. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive. Give Aaron a double. 3-year-old Bay Filly by J.K. End of an Era. Out of the Rockin' Image mare, Image of Felicia. By Leon Bontrigger of Indiana, 5th lifetime win, 2nd this season, 154-4 is a lifetime best, 2-1, 4, 5, and 3. And this 7th race was named Happy Retirement to Kathy DeBrava. Thank you for your 36 years of loyal and dedicated service. Your commitment to delivering the best customer service is second to none, and you will be leaving a lasting memory for your team and friends. You will be missed, but we wish you nothing but the best on your new life adventure. Joining Kathy in the winner's circle is her husband, Mike, their family, Vice President of Racing Operations, Brent Reitz, and Northfield Park team members from Food, Beverage, Mutuals, and the race office. Happy retirement, Kathy DeBrava. Two one four five three is official. The exact of $14.20. Trifecta 88.40. The high five $313.12. And ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look out to the track, there are multiple battle horses warming up for the battle in about an hour and a half. Right in front of us is the 9, Helium. Here's the top down. Vel Little Blister second. Inera's Image the winner. Corona Era fifth. Windy Cindy third. Q Dancer fourth. James Determination sixth. Kylie Cash seventh. Family Business ninth. Lady with No Fear eighth. 215 346 798. We head over to race number 8. No show wagering. Sire Stakes back in action. Field of 7. It's the Premier Division. 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers in 8 minutes. On track for the 8th one, Lather Up Athens. Hank Levan drives, front trainer Matt Waltz. 2, Copper Penny, owned by Lawrence Litwin. Trained by Brian Brown, Jordan Stratton in the bike. Aaron Merriman aboard the 3, John I Love Dat for Ryan Miller and owner Robert Lovett. 4 Extra Suds, Brett Miller driving, for owner trainer Virgil Morgan Jr. 5 Z Said, Tyler Smith drives for John Reynard, cones with Neil Eist. 6 is Rick Wink on my Burke Racing stable. RES Racing, Knox Services, J&T, Silva Purnell and Libby, trained by Ron Burke, Chris Page in tow. And the 7 Bars and Notes, Matt Kakaley drives for Joe Lucas, cones with At the Wire Farms. Back over in race number 7, my top choice, In Era's Image, picks up the victory as we roll here to race number 8. First division of 2 for the 3-year-old Colton Geldings Pacers in the Sire Stakes. Started the pick 6. I'm trying the 2, Copper Penny. Second in a Buckeye event and 150 in 3 down at Scioto in his most recent try. Get Jordan Stratton in the bike with a good post. Has the post edge on a lot of the logicals. I'll put it on top. For second to 6, Rick Winks done nothing wrong. Only losses in the Sire Stakes final last year in the Scarlet Championship to his 2 barnmates, Sippin' on Sea Rock and Swingtown, who have gone on to be Grand Circuit types. So I think Rick Wink was third to a good field. He's never lost in the state of Ohio with the exception of that event. So 9 for 10 in his career, and he's already 1 for 1 this season with a Sire Stakes win in 53, 27 and 3 last quarter. Rick Wink, he looks good again. I put him second and for third using the 4 Extra Suds. Always like taking a look at this guy when he's on the track with the paint colors. And he's 2 for 3 this season, back-to-back wins and numbers 2. Just second in the Buckeye, though, so I think he might be a little up against it, although it was a 50 and 4 effort behind Swingtown. 2-6-4-3, best of luck. Wings opening for the 8th race. Here they come. Off and pacing. Good start from John I Love Dat and Extra Suds on the go. Rick Wink just floating off the car for some forward position racing outside of Copper Penny, their 3rd and 4th early on. 5th goes Z's Said in front of Lather Up Athens, and Bars and Notes would have to pass them all. They move on to the back stretch, and it's Extra Suds to the top. Extra Suds clears away from John I Love Dat. Back into the pocket, Rick Wink. The big favorite. He's 3rd at this stage at 1-5. He's about 4 lengths behind through a 27-2. Not the quickest of quarters. Copper Penny occupies that 4th spot as they move around the far turn for the first time. Z's Said in front of Lather Up Athens, and at the back is Bars and Notes. It's about a 10 or 12 lengths from nose to tail as Extra Suds has got him strung out here to the halfway point. It's the Paint Colt out front. Extra Suds leading a length and 3/4 to John I Love Dat in 2nd. Rick Wink is an unhurried 3rd still for Page as they're halfway home in 55 seconds. So 28 3/4 2 from Extra Suds as they move into the payoff half. Extra Suds leads the way. John I Love Dat down at the inside, continuing to be 2nd. Rick Wink taking a bit closer order. He's 3rd, still 2.5 behind as now Page feeds him racetrack and he gives him the green light. Here's Rick Wink, and he's sprinting willingly. Oh, the response was so instant by Rick Wink. He just powered to the front, and he's clear by 2 at 3/4. John I Love Dat tries to move up into 2nd. He's outside of Extra Suds. 3/4, 1:22.4. 27-4, and that sprint there from Rick Wink into the far turn, clear by 2. Extra Suds down at the inside, trying to battle back. He's fighting with John I Love Dat, 2nd and 3rd, as they turn for home. Rick Wink off the turn in a hand drive. Extra Suds down at the inside is 2nd best to Rick Wink in front. Rick Wink over Extra Suds and John I Love Dat, 150, time of the mile. Returning back to the winner's circle is the 6 Rick Wink, and just in front of him was the 5 for the battle, Mossdale Ben, out on track. Also looks like Ken Hanover's out there, so a lot of battle horses warming up, getting ready. We're getting closer to the headliner of the night. Back into the winner's circle of the 6th, Rick Wink. Going by Burke Racing Stable, RES Racing, Knox Services, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. Trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page, the winning drive. This is a 3-year-old big colt by Bit of a Legend out of the McArdle mare, McGrin and McBarrett. Bred by Larry Miller of Ohio, 10th lifetime win, 2 for 2 this season. This is a lifetime best, 150. Six, 4, 3, 5 is unofficial. The judges have posted the inquiry sign against the unofficial runner-up, the 4, possible pylon violation. So hold all tickets. The result is unofficial. Sending it down to the winner's circle, Dave Bianconi standing by with winning driver Chris Page.
All right, joined by Chris Page. Got the job done here in Sire Stakes action with Rick Wink. What a big move this one made down the backstretch, Chris, to put him away. One of a bunch of great 3-year-olds for Ronnie Burke.
Yeah, it's a great year for Ronnie Burke with the 3-year-old Payson Colts. He's got a nest of them, and honestly, nobody knows really which one's the best. So.
Yeah, these two that stayed in Ohio tonight could probably race a lot of other places too.
Yeah, I mean Rick Wink, he's kind of like the blue collar worker, doesn't wear a boot, very user friendly. One of my favorites.
He's not a prima donna like the driver, in other words, huh? No,
No, he's a bit of a legend. He's not a seaside, so yeah, he's kind of like me.
Also, of course, you got the big drive tonight on By the Missile in the Battle of Lake Erie. Of course, a horse you won the Little Brown Jug with a few years back. Got to be one of your all-time favorites. Not the greatest draw, 6 in a very deep field of 9. How do you see it playing out for the Missile?
Well, I mean, like you said, one of my favorites, but he's making his 4th start back, kind of getting his legs under him, coming on a little win streak. I think we won a couple in a row. I actually like the draw. I got so many options there. So
he doesn't have to race on the front then.
No, he can race anywhere you want. I've won from the back. I've won first up, second up, on the front. Good horses don't need good trips.
Well, you have been tearing it up in the few drives you've had here this year, and continued success. Maybe we'll see you again after the battle.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
No change. Exacta 480, trifecta 1220, superfecta $3.68. Top Down Lather Up Athens 6th, Copper Penny 5th, John I Love Dat 3rd, Extra Sud 2nd, Z Said 4th, Rick Wink 1st, Bars and Notes 7th, 653-2417. Go to the 9th. First division for the Trotters, 3-year-old Colton Geldings, 5 minutes. On track for the ninth. Sire Stakes action for the Trotters. One Hilltop Sonar. Chris Page driving for Ron Burke. Burke Racing. Stable Weaver Buscemi Beastie and Rich Lombardo Racing. Two is Country of Mars. Owned by James and Patty Borowski. Jason Borowski trains. Austin Hanners calls the shot. 3 Stud Muffin T. Tyler Smith driving for Jeff Smith and TD Trot. 4 Vecna. Kane Kaufman drives and trains for Natalie Kaufman. 5 LT Loverboy. Brett Miller drives for Darren Harvey, owners Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing. 6 Vandy Lane, owned by David and Cody Vanderhyde. Scott Cox trains. Chris Lems drives. 7 Rose Run Arch. Jordan Stratton aboard for Jeff Conger. Comes with Josh Conger and Knox Services. The 8 is What a Buckeye. Herman Hagerman trains for Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing. They use Dan Noble. Back over in race number 8, which kicked off the pick 6, it was Rick Wink. Rick Wink continues to be perfect through the Sire Stakes legs. As we go to race number 9, I'm going to try the 6, Vandy Lane. His 2 starts on Lasix were very good, winning the Buckeye event at Scioto, and then a down-the-road win in his most recent start in 53 and 2, 28 and 4 last quarter. He actually beat What a Buckeye, who was in this race, but thought they were both good. This is a horse that maybe is getting better at the right time and can upset these 2 favorites, the 4 Vecna and the 5 LT Loverboy. I thought the 4 Vecna wasn't the smoothest mover in his Sire Stakes win. He did win and maybe just showed that he just outclassed them, but nonetheless, he was 1-5. He was supposed to win. It wasn't the greatest performance, and he went to Scioto and made a break behind the gate. So a little concerning that he parlayed the not-so-great effort and then into a break. So I put him second. Certainly if he stays flat and goes the whole mile, he is the one to beat. He was 8 for 10 in his career. And for third, I'll use the 5 LT Loverboy. He was a very flat third in that effort at 2-5 in his division of the Sire Stakes a couple weeks ago and has had time off since, so maybe they righted the ship, but nonetheless, LT Loverboy, who was placed first in the Sire Stakes, I'm putting underneath. 6-4-5-8, best of luck. Wings open for the ninth. The Trotters hit the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and they're trotting. Good beginning from LT Loverboy. Fires out to the front. Hilltop Sonar down toward the inside. What a Buckeye from post eight's on the go as they bend around this first turn. Country of Mars down toward the inside with Vecna between as they race to the backside of the course. So up top, it's the favorite and champion, LT Loverboy. On the point, he's clear by 2. Hilltop Sonar is second. Vecna races in third. Country of Mars is fourth. What a Buckeye. Races from the 5th position. Gap of 2 to Stud Muffin T in 6th. Then Vandy Lane, who's 7th. And 2 back to Rose Run Arch, who's the trailer. Opening quarter, 27 and 3/5 seconds. Far turn bound, first time. LT Loverboy clear by 2 1/4 here from Hilltop Sonar. The pocket sitter, Vecna is third. 4 off the top. Then comes Country of Mars, racing in 4th. They're followed by What a Buckeye in 5th. Clear of Stud Muffin T in 6th. Vandy Lane is 7th. Gap of 2.5 to Rose Run Arch, the trailer, in front of the stands behind LT Loverboy. Halfway home, 56 and 2. LT Loverboy leads the way after a 28 and 4 second panel. Hilltop Sonar is second. Vecna, half in, half out there for Kaufman, ready to pounce. He's third. Country of Mars down at the inside, fourth. What a Buckeye moves to the outside. So too did Vandy Lane. He's outside of Stud Muffin T. Rose Run Arches trailed throughout. He's gapped off the back of the field, around to the backstretch, approaching a quarter of a mile left to go. LT Loverboy continuing to lead. Vecna's climbed up to second, but he's still 2 lengths behind this favorite leader. And they're off 3/4 in 1, 24 and 4. Off stride went the 8. What a Buckeye. So they swing to the far turn. LT Loverboy clear by 2.5. Off stride went Hilltop Sonar. So Vecna drops to the inside. Then Country of Mars at a big price. He's into third. They turn for home. LT Loverboy off the turn with a 3-length lead. Vecna's giving futile chase. Welcome LT Loverboy back to the winner's circle. The defending champion by 3 in the end. Vecna second. Stud Muffin T third. 152 and 4. Back to the winner's circle, the 5 LT Loverboy, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing, from Darren Harvey. Brett Miller, the winning drive. 3 Obey Long Tom out of the Cantab Hall mare. For the Love of Lindy, bred by Midland Acres of Ohio, 8th lifetime win, second this season. The Scarlet Champion with his second victory of the season. 152 and 4 lifetime best, 2/5 off the track record here at MGM Northfield Park. Exacta 740, Trifecta 7620, Superfecta 5632. Top Down, Hilltop Sonar 6th, Country of Mars 4th, Stud Muffin T 3rd, Vecna 2nd, LT Loverboy the winner, Vandy Lane 5th, Roseman Arch 7th, What a Buckeye 8th, 643 215 78. 10th is next. 8 minutes away. On track for the 10th one, Pocahontas Duloc. Chris Page drives for Sean Mapes and Mitchell Standardbreds and Golden Gate USO. 2 is Sea Rose, Jeremy Smith in the bike. For Shane Webb, Collins with Pompeo, Webb and Webb. 3 even in Stars Rhapsody, Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Lemoore Stable. 4 Rockadella, Chris Slims driving for Ronald Alexander and owner Lawrence Angelo Jr. 5 French Shaker, Mackie Cayley driving for Michael DeRunson, Thomas Phillips. 6 Love That Smile, Aaron Merriman drives Tisha Symes, the Big Fred Stable. 7 Fear of Moonlight, owned by Alan Alkis, trimmed by Keith Cash Jr. using Brett Miller. 8 Ribbon Ridge, Kurt Sugg drives for Jessica Milner, cones with Andrew Koblenz. The 9 is Flying Bullets, Dan Noble drives for Claire Maltz, Umholtz and Kennedy Racing. Back over in race number 9, I took some shots against the favorite LT Loverboy, but he was much the best on the front. Much improved effort from the LT Loverboy we saw a couple weeks ago. That was a good performance tonight as he looks to repeat as champion in the Sire Stakes. We head over to race number 10. I went to the 6, Love That Smile. Last time this guy was at this girl was at Northfield. Now was a 2,500 event. She did wire that day in 56. But if you go 2 back and hours at 3,500, she was able to pace 54, 27 and 4 last panel. She was pretty much wrapped up in that effort where Ronnie drove her at 1 to 9. She had a soft field and she delivered. Last week took a start at Buffalo in a stronger field. But you get Erin here. She has to move up in class, so it's a stronger field than she's faced the last 2 tries here. But she was fast in both of those. And if Erin can keep her going, I'll put her on top. Second, going to the 4, Rockadella. Usually, I don't take these horses getting out of those 9 hours of 7, coming over to face conditioned overnight horses, but that was such an impressive mile in 56, and even 3 back in 55 and 1, 28 and 4 last quarter. So Lems really gets along nicely with this 5-year-old daughter of Better's Delight, and I'm going to use her second. And for third, the 1, Pocahontas Duloc, moves to the Sean Mapes barn, gets Chris Page for the first time. She is very fast and certainly would be the favorite in here if it wasn't for the fact that she's been off for 6 weeks, so you had to put her underneath. 6-4-1-8. Best of luck. They're behind the gate for the 10th. Field of 9, Filly and Mare Pacers. Here they come. And away they go. Good beginning from French Shaker and Matt Kakaley to the front. C Rose on the go. These two match strides into the opening turn. Merriman going forward with Love That Smile into the top flight. She's third. She's racing to the outside of Pocahontas Duloc, who came out fourth. Even in Stars, Rhapsody is fifth. From the high draw, Ribbon Ridge is on the outside racing sixth. Back in seventh is Flying Bullets from the second tier. And the two at the back are Rockadella and Fear of Moonlight. It's a climb to the front from Love That Smile at 9-1, but she does clear as they pass the opening quarter mark in 27 flat. Love That Smile worked a bit hard to make the lead, but got her there a length and 3/4 to the good. From the pocket sitter, C Rose in front of French Shaker third. Pocahontas Duloc is fourth. It's a parked out Ribbon Ridge from fifth, 7 lengths behind with 5/8 to come. Then comes Even in Stars Rhapsody, who's down at the cones. Flying Bullets is next, and Dan Noble slides her off the rail. She'll work on the back of Ribbon Ridge, and the two at the back, and that's going to flush out Even in Stars Rhapsody. The two at the back at the inside are Rockadella and Fear of Moonlight. So the half 55 and 2, 28 and 2 in quarter two from Love That Smile. Upset Minded here at 9-1 leads the way. C Rose given a nudge to keep up from the pocket. Same can be said for French Shaker. Meanwhile, gapping is Pocahontas Duloc. She's not firing on her return inside of Ribbon Ridge, who just dropped down to race in the cones and race from fourth. Even in Stars Rhapsody on the outside. Flying Bullets is next. Fear of Moonlight improving. Outside of Rockadella, they're over at 3/4 behind. Love That Smile. 3/4, 1:23 and 4, less than a quarter of a mile the pace. Love That Smile to reel in. French Shaker on the outside of C Rose. Even in Stars Rhapsody now second over, only 4 behind. Will have to roll 3 wide. Flying Bullets excess cover, 6 to come. Ribbon Ridge at the cones. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Merriman imploring Love That Smile for more. She turns in with a host of pursuers led by French Shaker. C Rose into the passing lane with Ribbon Ridge and off cover Even in Stars Rhapsody. Here comes C Rose. Pocket Rocket. Jeremy Smith and C Rose gun down Love That Smile. Ribbon Ridge with a game effort to be third, 1:53 and 4. Returning back into the winner's circle, the 2 C Rose, owned by Pompeo Webb, Webb & Webb, trained by Shane Webb, piloted the victory by Jeremy Smith. 12-year-old brown mare by Dragon again out of the Island Fantasy Mare, Island Blush, but by White Birch Farm of New Jersey, 52nd lifetime win, 4th this season with the win. She's now over $500,000 in career earnings, and Jeremy Smith will drive his own millionaire in about 20 minutes from Post 8, Little Rocket Man. The results are official: 2, 6, 8, 5, and 9. Send it down to the winner's circle. Dave Bianconi standing by with winning driver Jeremy Smith, who pilots Little Rocket Man, up next.
All right, joined by Jeremy Smith. Got the job done there with C. Rose in the 10th, but the big one, Jeremy, is up next. And, of course, I interviewed you last year after the Battle of Lake Erie. It had to be just about the biggest driving win of your career, and very special race.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, huge.
And Little Rocket Man right back to defend his title. And what does he get? The dreaded 8-hole. But, hey, there's going to be a lot of action in this race. Anything's possible.
Right, and I really hope there is. I mean, having the 8-hole, I got to kind of hope something gets a little mixed up there on the lead.
We've had a lot of races. In fact, your race last year, I think you came from 6th to win it. And I think the year before that, the leader was sitting 7th early in the race. So, you know, with the amount of early speed in this race, it could set up for somebody coming from the back of the pack.
Right, and it did kind of seem like that. I noticed tonight it seems like the track's very firm, and it seems like they're going some pretty good miles. I mean, like last year we went in 53, and I don't think we're going nowhere near there.
You have to go a little faster tonight.
Yep, I'm sure of it. I think it'll be a good mile tonight.
And Jeremy, you were involved, unfortunately, in a couple of wrecks after you left Northfield last year down in Southern Ohio, but you're back 100%?
Yeah, I'm back great. I finally got to come back after the last wreck, which it did a number on me. I ain't gonna lie, just as far as the injuries. Got to come back, had a real good meet at Miami Valley, and then my dad fell sick, and I had to be there. I couldn't let myself not. Timing's horrible, but I'm back.
Well, we're glad to have you here tonight. Maybe I'll see you again in another 20 minutes. Best of luck on the repeat with Little Rocket Man in the Battle of Lake Erie.
I sure hope you do, and thank you very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Yep.
Congratulations again, Jeremy Smith, winning driver C. Rose. He was last year's winner with Little Rocket Man. He'll try to repeat. Has to do it the hard way from post 8. Prices on the screen, exact $110.80. The trifecta, $1,837.80. The pick 5, $62.60. The high 5, $11,206.92. Top down Pocahontas Duloc was 9th. C. Rose the winner. Even in Stars Rhapsody 6th. Roncadella 7th. French Shaker 4th. Love That Smile 2nd. Fear of Moonlight 8th. Ribbon Ridge 3rd. Flying Bullets 5th. 9-1-6-7. 4-2-8-3-5. Up next, the event, the highlighter. The signature event of the summer. The $200,000 Grade 2 Battle of Lake Erie 39th Annual Edition. $25,000 estimated in the pick 4 starts here. It's 9 minutes away. There are no changes. On track for the featured event of the evening. The highlight of the summer, the $200,000 Grade 2 Battle of Lake Erie. Free for all by invitation, and it's a stellar field. The one is Duncan, 2023's winningest horse, owned by Kimber Clegg, trained by Scott D. Domenico, Kurt Sugg in the bike. The 2023 Carl Milstein Memorial winner, the 2 7 Colors, owned by William Pollock, Bruce Arman, and Andrew Harris. Andrew Harris, the conditioner. Perennial leading driver here at the home of the Flying Turns, Aaron Merriman, will do the driving. One of 5 millionaires in the field, the 2 7 Colors. The 3 is Ken Hanover. Roland Millar, the trainer, co-owns with Leavitt Jordan and Osterholt. Brett Miller, looking for his 4th battle, drives Ken Hanover. He wasn't in the Osier, but he was the fastest on the card in 48 and 3 at Harris Philly a couple of weeks ago. Looking to avenge himself from a year ago, it's the 4 Desperate Man, owned by Kathy Shakeen, trained by Travis Alexander. Matt Kakali looking for his 5th battle win. He won it 3 times with the Legend foiled again. Matt Kakali drives the 4 Desperate Man, the 2024 ARIA Invitational winner. 2025's MGM Borgata Pacing Series winner is the 5 Mossdale Ben, owned by PJT Investments, trained by Peter Tritton. Jordan Stratton does the driving. This team teamed up with the win with Bit of a Legend a few years ago. Jordan Stratton looks for his 3rd battle victory. Also looking to avenge himself from a year ago is the 6 By the Missile, on with the Burke Racing Stable. Eric Good, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Weaver Buscemi, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page will do the driving, the richest pacer in the field at $2.4 million, and former Ohio Horse of the Year, 6 By the Missile. 7 Chase H. Hanover, owned by Eldorado Stables, and Robert Weinstein, trained by Corey Stratton. Chris Lems picks up the drive. Back-to-back second-place finishes for him, including a 2nd in the MGM Borgata Pacing Series final. Another one of 5 millionaires in the field. The defending champion, the 8 Little Rocket Man, owned by Russell Beeman and Jack Freeman, trained by Ken Rucker. Jeremy Smith in the bike, the winningest horse, 72 lifetime wins for the $1.7 million earner, and he is looking to become the defending champion to win it back-to-back, Little Rocket Man. And the 9, Helium, he's made his presence felt in only 5 starts on North American soil, owned by Morris, Norman Ray Racing, Owens, and Howard, trained by Christy Noble, Dan Noble in the bike. He looks for his 2nd battle score with the 9, Helium. That's the field. 39th Battle of Lake Erie, a field that's been to the winner's circle 258 times and over $10.2 million in career earnings. And I'm going to land on the 5 Mossdale Ben, the MGM Borgata Pacing Series winner. He doesn't have the great gate speed that a lot of these horses have, but he's been able to make his trips and still be strong late in the mile. He was relentless in that Borgata final. Just kept coming late. 3 wide move, 27-4. Jordan Stratton, Peter Tritton, they know how to win this race. They've won it with Bit of a Legend. And then Lochinvar Art for son Shane Tritton won a couple of years ago, so the Trittons know how to win here. Stratton looks for his 3rd. I put Mossdale Ben on top. 2nd, I'm going to try the defending champ, Little Rocket Man. I think if this race is as crazy as a lot of people expect with a bunch of speed in here, that if it gets crazy on the front, Little Rocket Man can come 3rd or 4th over. He may not be able to win from Post 8. It's a tall task, but horses from Post 8 have done well. Jimmy Freight was 2nd. Charlie May was 2nd. So Little Rocket Man, I think, from Post 8 certainly can get involved, and he knows how to win 72 times to the winner's circle. And for 3rd, I threw in the 6 By the Missile on a 2-race win streak. He was on the lead last year and ended up finishing 5th. So By the Missile, he's got to avenge himself, but he was very sharp in the Osier. And off a 49-mile, you got to respect the Ohio Horse of the Year from a couple of years ago. I'll go 5, 8, 6, 4. Best of luck. Battle of Lake Erie. It's up next. The starting car has made its way to the backstretch for the Battle of Lake Erie. From the rail out, Duncan, Kurtzug, 7 Colors, Aaron Merriman, Ken Hanover, Brett Miller, Desperate Man, Matt Kikali, Mossdale Ben, Jordan Stratton, By the Missile, Chris Page, Chase H. Hanover, Chris Lems, Little Rocket Man, Jeremy Smith, and from the second tier, Helium and Dan Noble. These 9 man their battle stations for the 39th Battle of Lake Erie. Racing in the battle. Great start from Duncan. He fires out from his rail post. 7 Colors drops right to the inside. He'll race behind Duncan early on. Ken Hanover's on the go for Brett Miller. Desperate Man is out there racing 4th from the second tier. Helium is mid-flight. He's 5th. By the Missile off the speed tonight. He'll race from 6th. He's in front of Mossdale Ben in 7th. Chase H. Hanover and Little Rocket Man already out and moving from 9th. He's now 8th as they drive up the back stretch into the opening quarter. Desperate Man and Matt Kikali, they stay flat and they rip through a 26-2 opening panel. Desperate Man on the point this week. Ken Hanover down at the inside. He's 2nd. Duncan is 3rd. 7 Colors now flushed off the rail as Danny Noble was out and moving with Helium. So here comes 7 Colors first up tonight. By the Missile is going to be 3rd over. He's got cover in the flow. Meanwhile, saving ground is Chase H. Hanover. He slides into the 4-hole. 4th up is Mossdale Ben. 5th up goes Little Rocket Man. The defending champion is left. 3rd over and he's gapping off cover. He needs to do better than that. Mossdale Ben is fanning to his outside. Chase H. Hanover in traffic trouble. Little Rocket Man the trailer. 3/4 in a supersonic 121. They are flat flying into the far turn. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Desperate Man in a bid to make all. Ken Hanover's had the perfect trip for Brett Miller. 7 Colors flattens out. Duncan saves ground. Helium is next. They turn 4 home. Desperate Man trying to polish it off. Here's Ken Hanover popping out of the pocket and the local hero Duncan up the inside. But it's Ken Hanover and Brett Miller for a 4th victory in the battle. Desperate Man was 2nd. 3rd goes to Duncan. 148-3. Three, 4, 1, 5 unofficial. Returning back into the winner's circle is the 3 Ken Hanover, owned by Roland Millar. Leave It, Jordan, and Osterholt, trained by Roland Millar, and driven to victory by Brett Miller. It's Brett's 4th on the card. It's his 4th battle, and 148-3 for 5-year-old horses is a track record performance from Ken Hanover. 148-3. Setting it down, Dave Bianconi standing by with the winning connections of the three. Ken Hanover on their track record performance.
All right, here in a ecstatic winner's circle, joined by trainer Roland Maller and driver Brett Miller. Roland, it's the first horse you've ever started at Northfield. I'd say maybe we should send a few more.
Yeah, we'll try to come back maybe next year.
Absolutely. Now, Roland, this horse, very good 3-year-old, won a heat of the jug. Last year at 4, didn't race, but maybe a dozen times. Obviously had some physical problems. Boy, he's come back here at 5, raging.
Yeah, he's come back really good, and knock on wood, hopefully the issues he had last year are behind him, and we can continue on.
And, you've kind of stayed in the overnight classes till tonight. This horse looks like he's ready for top open company, obviously.
I believe he is. That's a really good bunch of horses that were in there tonight, and you got to be on your game to get on the gravy.
By far the fastest mile we've had since the track was redone. Brett Miller with his 4th Battle of Lake Erie win. I believe that ties with Kaylee as the top. Brett, just a great performance by this horse.
Yeah. I talked to my cousin David before the race, and talked to Roland before the race, and just talking to those two guys, they give me a lot of confidence. And when we got away in the 2-hole, I was feeling pretty good.
Getting David off of there is like taking the donut off the bat, isn't it?
We don't want to say too much. He's win about 10,000 more races than me.
So which Miller do you go with next start?
We'll flip a coin, I guess.
I go Del S. Del S for the next start. Hey, congratulations to the connections. Ken Hanover, 148-3 track record in tonight's Battle of Lake Erie.
Brett Miller now tying Matt Kakaley as the winningest battle driver of all time. 4th win in the battle. His 4th on the card as well. The prices are up. Exacta $50.80. Trifecta $379. Pick 3 $55.40, and the Superfecta $99.32. Duncan 3rd, 7 Colors 7th, Ken Hanover 1st, Desperate Man 2nd, Mossdale Bend 4th, By the Missile 9th, Chase H. Hanover 6th, Little Rocket Man 8th, Helium is 5th. 3-7-1-2, 4-9, 6-8-5. 12th race is next, 1 minute. They're on track for the 12th. One, What's Shakin'? Ronnie Gillespie drives and trains for W.J. Donovan. 2, Scrappy's Love. Dan Noble does the driving for Chris Beaver. Owners Gil Short and Jeffrey Banky. 3, Dublin's Angel. Aaron Merriman driving for Karen Freed. Cones with Gene Freed and James Mims Jr. 4 is Oh So Fast. Matt Cayley drives for Scott Cox. Owners Wayne Mass Jr. and Callum Racing. 5 is Jet Wings. Brett Miller drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. in the Joyce McClellan stable. 6, Long Highway. Hugh Beatty drives and trains for Frank Cutella and John Sugar. 7 is Rose Run Alex. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke, Burke Racing, Stable Hatfield Stables, Weaver Buscemi, and Knox Services. And the 8, Battle Hill. Chris Lems drives for Matt Burkholder and William Hart. Back over in race 11, the Battle of Lake Erie. What a performance from Ken Hanover. And an even better one from Desperate Man, you could argue. He did all the dirty work on the front, and Ken Hanover was the pocket rocket winner. Those two put on a show. We go to the 12th. Sire Stakes action continues, as well as the 13th race, which is the MGM Buckeye Distaff, so still some stakes action left on this 16-race card. Here in the 12th, I'll go to the 2 Scrappy's Love. 2nd and 3rd, and this one's 2 tries here as a 3-year-old. This one finished first, or crossed the wire first, I should say, in the Scarlet Championship. Made some interference, so ultimately was placed 2nd, but did cross the wire first, and Scrappy's Love and LT Loverboy, both of them I think are talented, and LT Loverboy won earlier, so I'll try Scrappy's Love here. For 2nd to 5, Jet Wings. 3rd start with Trotting Gobbles, the Virgil Morgan barn. Every single one of them is fired tonight, so certainly have to respect them, and Brett Miller looks for a 5th. And for 3rd, I threw in the 1, What's Shakin', with the benefit of the rail. 2-5-1-8. Best of luck. Wings have opened for the 12th. Here they come. They're off and they're trotting oh so fast. Begins well for Kakali. Battle Hill on the far outside trying to show speed. Scrappy's Love down toward the inside with What's Shaken into turn 1. Off stride goes Scrappy's Love. Scrappy's Love broke in the opening turn. That is one of the favorites. Onto the backstretch they go, and oh so fast leads the way. Second is What's Shaken. Lems was going to take back, but he decides to drive on with Battle Hill. So the other favorite with a march to the front. What's Shaken very steppy down at the inside. Dublin's Angel behind that one. Then comes Jet Wings in front of Long Highway, Rose Run Alex, and it's about 10 back to Scrappy's Love. The opening quarter complete in 28-4. Battle Hill on the point here. Battle Hill looking for back-to-back scores, leading by 2 from oh so fast. The pocket sitter. What's Shaken third, underway now as Jet Wings from 5th, now into 4th, outside of Dublin's Angel. Then comes Long Highway in front of Rose Run Alex and the distant trailer's Scrappy's Love on another gallop. So they're halfway home behind Battle Hill, who's halfway home in 57-4, 29 in quarter 2. Battle Hill leads the way, oh so fast, down at the inside, gapping the pocket a touch. What's Shaken, racing inside of Jet Wings, who works into the flow. Second over went Long Highway, outside of Dublin's Angel. Rose Run Alex is next. They go on to the backstretch, and Battle Hill in a hand drive, leading by 2.5. Jet Wings up into second, racing outside of oh so fast. That's that team. Then What's Shaken and Long Highway, and they're over at 3/4 going on a gallop when oh so fast. That benefits Jet Wings, who's able to drop to the inside after 3/4 and 126-1. But they all have a lot of trotting to do to catch Battle Hill, who leads by 3. Battle Hill in front. Jet Wings trying to cut into the margin for guess who? Brett Miller. What's Shaken and Long Highway are next. They turn for home. Battle Hill clear by 2.5. Jet Wings all out, giving futile chase now. It's Battle Hill and Chris Lems. They go back-to-back. They're 2 for 2 in the Sire Stakes. Second was Jet Wings. It was tight for third between What's Shaken and Long Highway, 154-4. Returning back into the winner's circle, the 8 Battle Hill, owned by William Hart, driven by Matthew Burkholder. Chris Lems, the winning drive. 3-0 Big Ending by Marseille, out of the Cadabra Mare. Battle Mage, bred by Galliers Racing of Ohio. 8th lifetime win, 4th this season back-to-back. 154-4, lifetime best. Exacta 35.60, trifecta $246.20, superfecta 76.90. Top down, What's Shakin' third, Scrappy's Love eighth, Dublin's Angel fifth, Oh So Fast seventh, Jet Wings second, Long Highway fourth, Rosa and Alex sixth, Battle Hill first. 385, 724, 61, 13th is next. Scratch the two, Beautiful Seaside. 3 minutes. It's the MGM Buckeye Distaff. Out to the track for the MGM Buckeye Distaff. 1 is My Red Sea. Brett Miller drives for Jason Irwin. The Jen Bongiorno stable and Robert Weinstein. Scratch the 2, 3 Fearless Ginger. Chris Page drives for Ron Burkebrook Racing. Stable and Weaver Buscemi. The 4 is Terra Pasta. Austin Hanners drives for Todd Luther and Greg Luther Racing. 5 Naked on a Hill. Aaron Merriman driving for Ron Burkebrook Racing. Stable and Weaver Buscemi. 6 No Fool in April. Jeremy Smith drives for owner trainer Adam Short. 7 Racing for 3, owned by Carlo Racing and C2G Stable, trained by AJ Carlo, Kane Kaufman in tow. 8 Hey Hey Mama, Mackie Cayley drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. in the Odds On Racing. Virgil co-owns. The 9 Do It Like Bobby, owned by Steven Sexton, trained by Christy Noble using Dan Noble. Back over in race number 12, Battle Hill from post 8, no problem. Got the job done as we go to the 13th. The MGM Buckeye Distaff scratched down to a field of 8 for Ohio sired mares, 4-year-olds and up. And we have the defending champion Racing for 3 in here, who does have a post 7, but the scratched inside helps her. I'm going to go to the 9, Do It Like Bobby. In fact, if you followed on the USDA, this is my best bet of the night. 3 straight runner-up finishes, so she's had a little bit of second-itis, but if you watch the replays, she's had excuses in all of them. She's been taking heat, makes the first move, or has to come from far behind in 27-3 last quarter. I think just the trips haven't gone her way, and if she gets a trip, I think she can be the most talented in here, and I'm putting her on top, and if with a win tonight, she'll go over $500,000 in career earnings. For second, I'll go to the 3, Fearless Ginger. Chris Page choice here for the Burke Barn, so I think that you got to respect whichever one he was going to drive, and since he's driving Fearless Ginger off the win in 50-2, including a 26-4 last panel, but she got a pretty good trip in there, and even though she was the favorite, I thought Do It Like Bobby had a much tougher climb, so that's why I flipped them, and even though they're coming 1-2 out of that race, and Do It Like Bobby I'll put on top of the 3, Fearless Ginger. For third, the 1, My Red Sea from the rail, comes off a win, first start in the Jason Irwin barn, coming back to Ohio, and this is a horse that raced in the Matchmaker Series and held her own in there with some bad posts, so certainly got to respect her. She was an 11-time winner last year. 9-3-1-4. Best of luck, race 13, the MGM Buckeye Distaff. Behind the gate for the MGM Buckeye Distaff. From the rail out, My Red Sea, Brett Miller. Scratch the 2. Fearless Ginger, Chris Page. Tara Pasta, Austin Henners. Naked on a Hill, Aaron Merriman. No Fool in April, Jeremy Smith. Racing for 3, Kane Kaufman. Hey Hey Mama, Matt Kakaley. And Do It Like Bobby and Dan Noble. 8 of them for the MGM Buckeye Distaff. $75,000 on the line. Here they come. Off and pacing in the Buckeye Distaff. Great beginning from No Fool in April down the center who shows speed, but Fearless Ginger was right with her. These two get acquainted early on. My Red Sea not far away from the rail as she drives and accelerates on through, and Do It Like Bobby followed her right through to be 3rd. Back into 5th goes Tara Pasta. Naked on a Hill came out 6th. Racing for 3, the defending champion. She'll have to do it much harder tonight. She's back in 7th and only in front of Hey Hey Mama. Up the backstretch, Fearless Ginger and Chris Page to the top. They cross over My Red Sea off a snappy 26 and 4 opening panel. Fearless Ginger on the point. My Red Sea, the pocket sitter, Do It Like Bobby. Close enough to the action. She's 3rd, only 3 lengths behind. Tara Pasta's fed racetrack by Hanners. Naked on a Hill flushed her out. No Fool in April is at the inside, and Danny Noble was flushed off the rail with 5/8 to go. So Do It Like Bobby will come first up at this leader, Fearless Ginger. Locked in My Red Sea. 2nd up goes Tara Pasta, but she's gapping off it as Do It Like Bobby is blazing to the half, and the half is up in 55 seconds. So Do It Like Bobby with a mid-race brush to the front as they move into the payoff half. Fearless Ginger down at the inside. She's now back to 2nd. My Red Sea is 3rd. Tara Pasta left uncovered 4th. On her back, Naked on a Hill. No Fool in April pinned in. Racing for 3. And Hey Hey Mama at the back. And Do It Like Bobby is threatening to blow this wide open. She's clear by 3 at the midpoint of the backstretch. Fearless Ginger is all out. She's 2nd. 3 deep on the course is Naked on a Hill into 3rd. My Red Sea looking for a way off the pylon. She just found it now as Do It Like Bobby's built up 4 into the far turn. 26 and 3 in the 3rd panel from Do It Like Bobby by 5. It appears the battle's for 2nd with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Naked on a Hill, 3 wide. My Red Sea and Fearless Ginger. No Fool in April's off the rail, but as they turn for home, this is a powerhouse performance. A dazzler from Do It Like Bobby. Much the best. She wins by 6 in the end. My Red Sea was 2nd. Fearless Ginger 3rd. 150. Time of the mile. Returning back into the winner's circle of the 9, Do It Like Bobby, almost even Sexton, trained by Christy Noble. Dan Noble for a 3rd on the guard. 6-year-old bay mare by Down by the Seaside out of the Art Escape mare. Angels and Demons, bred in Ohio by the owner. 28th lifetime win, 3rd this season. She's now over $500,000 after a seasonal best, 150. Presenting the trophy to the winning connection of the 9, Do It Like Bobby. Cheyenne Crispin from the United States Trotting Association. MGM Buckeye Distaff to Do It Like Bobby. 91376 official. Exacta, $44.60. Trifecta, $144. The pick six pays 5 of 6, $34.10. We roll over $780 to tomorrow's card. High five, $485.24. They're on track for the 14th race. It's the Sire Stakes for the second division for the Glamour Boys. 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers wraps up the stakes action on the card. The one is Unique Catch. Macca Cayley drives for Darren Harvey. Collins with Wayne Mass Jr., Eden Acres, Farmstead, and Stephen Miller. David Kapp owns the 2 Billion. Kane Kaufman drives for Corey DeArmond. 3 is Fear the Hate. Chris Page drives for Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable, Uber Shemi and Knox Services and Beastie. 4, Seaside Deli, owned by Carlo Racing and C2G Stable, trained by AJ Carlo. Aaron Merriman drives. 5, Mama Said Zip It. Jeremy Smith driving for Mike Sweeney and Marjorie Deshetsky. 6, Odds On Valhalla, owned by Odds On Racing. And UFO 4, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller in the bike. 7, Down by the Water, owned by Down by the Water Group. Sam Scalacci, the conditioner. Chris Lems calls the shots. And the 8, I'm on Fire, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther. Austin Hanners calls the shots. Back over in race number 13. Gave it out as my best bet of the night. Top choice there. Do It Like Bobby, 5-1. And if you have a best bet, that is certainly how you want them to win. What a second lap she put together for her 28th lifetime win, going over $500,000 in earnings. We go to the 14th race, wrapping up the Sire Stakes action, and it's very hard not to like the Burke entry here, Fear the Hate. When he was at Northfield Park a couple of weeks ago, he flew home in a 27-second last quarter sprint. The back half of the race, 55-1. He figures to get a pretty decent trip in here just with no trailer. He should be forward, and if not, he came from off the pace last week at 1-9 down at Scioto and 5 cents in the dollar. He's 4 for 4 this season. He has come back razor sharp as a 3-year-old son of Fear the Dragon, and I'm putting Fear the Hate on top. Second to 6, odds on Valhalla. Virgil Morgan, all the horses have been live tonight. Brett Miller looks for another win, and this one was second in a Buckeye Stallion event behind Sippin' on Sea-Rock, who was in the Pepsi North America Cup elimination tonight, so I thought second to a very good one there. He's only made 2 tries this season. They've both been runner-up performances, so third start off the bench, he could be okay. And for third, I threw in the 7 down by the water. He knows how to get over this Northfield track, and he was second to Rick Wink in 53-1, 2 back. 3-6-7-1. Best of luck, race 14. final stakes race of the night behind the gate, Ohio Sire Stakes action. Here they come. Off and a pacing down by the water from the far outside, trying to blast off the car. He's put into play 3 deep. Billion and Unique Catch down toward the inside into turn number 1. Fear the Hate got away racing in 4th, and it's Seaside Deli from 5th. The gray, as Mama said, Zip It back in the 6th spot. Then Odds on Valhalla in the trailer. Oh, I'm on fire. It's down by the water to the front at 11-1 with an aggressive steer, but here comes the imposing favorite, Fear the Hate at 1-9. He drives on. They're off the opening panel in 27 and 2. Fear the Hate, the leader. Down by the water. Got the pocket ride on the back of this big favorite. So a good trip there for Lems with him. Unique Catch is 3rd. He's close to the action from the rail. Only 3 off the leader. Billion is 4th. Merriman ready to move to the outside with Seaside Deli. As Mama said, Zip It was switched off the rail. Then Odds on Valhalla and I'm on fire at the back. It's Fear the Hate and Chris Page down to the half. All eyes on Fear the Hate, who looks to remain perfect. He's halfway home in 56 seconds. So Fear the Hate leads the way into the payoff half. Down by the water 2nd, Unique Catch is 3rd. Uncovered trip for Seaside Deli 4th. Outside of Billion, pinned in there 5th. Mama said Zip It works 2nd over 6th, and about 7 lengths behind. I'm on fire. Tried to improve down at the pylons, and on that one's outside is Odds on Valhalla. They drive up the backstretch. They got a bit in tight quarters in the backfield as Fear the Hate leads the way. Down by the water, still a perfect trip now. 3/4, 124. They swing to the far turn, and Fear the Hate starts to play Catch Me If You Can as he opened up 2 there. Down by the water is 2nd. Unique Catch saves ground 3rd. The outer flow stalled. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Fear the Hate trying to polish it off. Down by the water, and Unique Catch, who tips off the rail to commence his bid. Fear the Hate slips away, and Fear the Hate is 5-4-5. Unique Catch cut the margin down very nicely to be 2nd. Billion was 3rd. I think down by the water 4th. 152-1. Back into the winners are the 3, Fear the Hate, Oma Burke Racing, Stable Weaver Buscemi, Knox Services, and Beastie, trained by Ron Burke. Chris Page, the winning drive. A double for Page. Exacta 720, trifecta $27, pick 3 $26.20, pick 4 $170.30, and the superfecta $11.26. Horses coming out to the track for tonight's 15th. This kicks off the late daily double. 1 ATI Girls Love Cruisin' Dan Noble drives for Melvin Byler, owners Eric and Stephen Butler. 2 Trey Tata, owned and trained by Bo Brown using Chris Page. 3 Incredible Claire, Aaron Merriman drives for Lanny Merriman, owners Douglas and Donna Giesman. 4 So Stacked, Kurt So drives for Jessica Milner and Curran Racing. 5 Cold Road, a Soda, James Day drives, Tobias Troyer and the Crazy Parrot Farm. 6 Blazing Flower, Brett Miller drives for Sean Mapes, owner Mark Mapes. 7, there she is again. Austin Hanners drives for owner trainer Sean Mayhew. Eight, Play On. Player Jeremy Smith drives for owner trainer Kirk Kane. And the 9, Rock the Court. Chris Lims drives for Sam Scalacci in the Bay Pond Racing Stable. Here's that top down from that Sire Stakes 14th race. Unique Catch was second, Billion third, Fear the Hate first. Seaside Deli 7th, Mama Said Zip at 6th. Odds on Valhalla 8th. Down by the Water 4th, and OOO, I'm on Fire was 5th. 231 76 845. Impressive mile again from Fear the Hate, who remains perfect. As we flip over here to race number 15, I'm going to go to the 3, Incredible Claire. This is a horse that's making her 5th start of the season, just 4th start off the bench. Got teamed up with Merriman last week, finished 2nd there, beating 6 lengths behind Rockadella, who just blazed him. And this is a horse that looked like she was going to finish 4th or 5th in there and was going to tire, but she dug in pretty gamely there to be 2nd and be best of the rest of the field. And she's got a little bit of speed off the car, and I think from a good post here, Aaron probably tries to go forward. And if she's a bit sharper than that effort, she can win here, and I'm putting her on top. For a second, I'll go to the 7. There she is again. Does have that break 2 back, that break where she was moving 3 wide and was making a move toward the leader. Probably wasn't going to win, was still going to finish 2nd that day, but made the break. But the 2 efforts sandwiched around that are very nice wins here at Northfield Park. And you get Austin Hanners, who can be aggressive enough off the car, I think, to put this one into play. I'll use 2nd, and for 3rd, the 9, Rock the Court. Has the 2nd tier to overcome, but it doesn't matter what post she has. She continues to just put together good races. 3, 7, 9, 1. Best of luck. Behind the gate for the 15th. Here they come. They're off, and they're pacing. Incredible Claire, first to the lead. There she is again. Pushes forward for Hanners, looking for a forward spot. ATI Girls Love Cruisin' won't give up her spot, so she secures the pocket, but from the second tier, Rock the Court does let There she is again drop. So they race to the backstretch. Incredible Claire with the advantage. ATI Girls Love Cruisin' the pocket sitter. There she is again, is third. Rock the Court from the second tier. Got away in the fourth position, half a dozen lengths off the leader in front of Trey Tata, who's mid-flight. So Stacked is behind her. Then comes Cold Road Soda, who's third last. Blazing Flower is second last. Play on Player, the trailer. Opening quarter, reasonable enough, 28 seconds. Incredible Claire and Aaron Merriman on the point here, a length and a half leader. From ATI, Girls Love Cruising the pocket sitter. There she is again is third. Out and moving, Trey Tata from fifth. Might pick up some cover here of Rock the Court as they come to the halfway point. Incredible Claire continuing to lead. ATI Girls Love Cruising second. Now the outer flow develops with There she is again, a 15-1 first over presence. Rock the Court is on her back. Trey Tata was out and moving, but she's gapped off the cover right now, third over. Outside of So Stacked. Then comes Cold Road Soda, Blazing Flower, and Play on Player, the trailer, the half, 57-2. Incredible Claire leads with now 3/8 of a mile to go. There she is again, is grinded into second. Outside of ATI Girls Love Cruising, who's locked in the box for Danny Noble. Moving to the outside, there goes So Stacked to the outside of Rock the Court, who dropped back to the inside. She's really not firing her best shot. Trey Tata outside of Cold Road Soda. 3/4, 125-1. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Incredible Claire in a bid to make all leads the way. There she is again on the outside. Perfect trip for ATI Girls Love Cruising. Just needs the passing lane. So Stacked outside of Rock the Court. Then comes Cold Road Soda. Less than 1/8 of a mile to go. They turn for home. Incredible Claire off the turn of the lead. She's got There she is again on her outside. And ATI Girls Love Cruising into the pocket. Rock the Court splitting rivals late. Digging in is Incredible Claire. Here comes the wire. Incredible Claire. She goes all the way to hold off ATI Girls Love Cruisin' and Rock the Court, 154-4. Back to the winner's circle of three, Incredible Claire, owned by Douglas and Donna Giesemann, trained by Lanny Merriman. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive. 4-year-old bay mare by Rocket Image out of the Sun Beach Somewhere mare, Beach Scene. Bred by Nathan Eicher of Indiana, 12th lifetime win, and first this season, 154-4, lifetime best. 3197 official. Exacta $38.40, trifecta $136.60, superfecta $71.12. Top down ATI Girls Love Cruising second. Trey Tata ninth. Incredible Claire the winner. So Stacked sixth. Cold Road Soda fifth. Blazing Flowers seventh. There she is again fourth. Play on Player eighth. Rock the Court third. 291-657-483. We've reached the 16th, the finale on our Battle of Lake Erie program. It's just 2 minutes away. On track for the finale. 1, Blazing Dragon, Aaron Merriman drives for owner trainer John Semilak. 2, Seven Sisters, Chris Lums drives for Scott Cox. Wayne Master Unity Acres Farmstead, the owner. 3, Southwind Cayenne, Keith Cash Jr. drives for Larry Fooscones with Ronald King. 4, Song of the Queen, Logan Eversole drives for Isaiah Strake and Philip Baldoff. 5, Angel in Paradise, Chris Page drives for Don Irvine Jr. and Terry Young. 6, Benea, Kurt Sugg drives for Jessica Milner and Kern Racing. 7, Sporty Liz, Pat Beeler drives and trains for Crazy Parrot Farm. 8, Crytel's Shadow, Mario Wilson drives trains cones with Marquise Hunter. The 9, Jerry Camo, owned by John Froelich, trimmed by Ty Loy. Austin Hanners has the lines. Back over in race number 15, My Top Choice, Incredible Claire, a $10 winner. Try to sweep the late double. I'm going to the 2, Seven Sisters here in the finale. Nice performance last week in an Hours of 2 event. The Buckeye Stallion event, she maybe found that field too tough. She finished third, but the effort sandwiched around that are nice victories. She has a good post, and I think Seven Sisters wraps up the card with a win. I'll put her on top. Over the 3, Southwind Cayenne. Lasix have really helped her out. She's been very strong in all 3 of her tries this season. Looks to win a 4th straight. Had the week off last week, but 3 in a row. Looks to make it 4 in a row. Certainly no knocks with her form. For third, I threw in the 5, Angel in Paradise. 4th start on Lasix. I thought she's been slightly improving with each and every start. I thought last week she should have been a bit sharper, though, so I left her underneath. But you do get Chris Page here. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck.
2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3, 5, 1. Best of luck. 2, 3
Behind the gate for the finale, we thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported our 16-race Battle of Lake Erie program. 39th Battle of Lake Erie in the books. Be sure to join us for live racing tomorrow night. Here they come. They're off and they're pacing in the Saturday finale. Seven Sisters and Angel in Paradise leave as a team. Southwind Cayenne pushes forward, trying to get around Blazing Dragon. From the second tier, Jerry Camo came out racing in fifth. Song of the Queen is back racing in the sixth position. Manea, Sporty Liz, and Cry Tell Shadow at the back. So they move single file to the midpoint of the back stretch and over to the opening panel behind the favorite Seven Sisters. Seven Sisters and Chris Lems to the quarter and 27 and 4/5 seconds. Southwind Cayenne is back in the second spot. Angel in Paradise third. Blazing Dragon is fourth. Half a dozen lengths off the leader. Moving to the outside now is Jerry Camo for Hanner. Saving ground, Song of the Queen. Inside of Manea, Sporty Liz, and Crytel Shadow at the back. There's 5/8 of a mile left to go. Seven Sisters leads the way. Seven Sisters and Chris Lems navigate to the half. Southwind Cayenne second. Angel in Paradise third. Blazing Dragon opting to stay in from fourth. Now fifth as Jerry Camo moves first up. Second up goes Manea, racing outside of Song of the Queen. Then Sporty Liz and Crytel Shadow the half, 56 and 4/5 seconds. 29 and quarter two. Seven Sisters with a bit of separation as she travels willingly by 3 onto the backstretch. Southwind Cayenne second. Jerry Camo's all out trying to hold third. Racing outside of Angel in Paradise. Then comes Blazing Dragon. Gapping is Manea. The others with a ton of work to do. At 3/4 in 1:25. Into the far turn they go. Seven Sisters in front. She's in complete control with 4 lengths to play with. Southwind Cayenne is second. Angel in Paradise is third. Blazing Dragon is fourth. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Chris Lems continues to just sit chilly on Seven Sisters. Seven Sisters polishing off with an exclamation point, much the best in the finale. She wins by 8 while wrapped up. Angel in Paradise gets second, very tight for third. Could have went to either Blazing Dragon or Southwind Cayenne, 153 and 1. Making her way back to the winners are the two Seven Sisters, owned by Wayne Mass Jr. and Ian Acres Farmstead. Scott Cox, the winning trainer. Chris Lems for a double. 3-year-old Bayfield way down by the seaside of the Real Desire mare, Lucky Lila B. Bred by Ernie Lambert of Indiana, third lifetime win, third this season. Back-to-back Jack's lifetime best, 153 and 1. 2513 unofficial. Exacta $12.40, trifecta $40, late double $26.60, the superfecta $10.96. Top down, Blazing Dragon third, Seven Sisters the winner, Southwind Cayenne fourth, Song of the Queen seventh, Angel in Paradise second, Manea eighth, Sporty Liz ninth, Kratel Shadows sixth, Jerry Camo fifth, 314-728-965. That concludes live racing tonight. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. We hope you enjoyed your evening here with MGM Northfield Park and our Battle of Lake Erie program. We'll see you back tomorrow night.